My name is Host Eric, and I am the host of Talking with Famous People. This morning, I have the following to say to you. Listen, do you want to know a secret? Do you promise not to tell? Closer. Let me whisper in your ear. Say the words you want to hear. I'm in love with you. I wrote those lyrics this morning. I said, I want to write some lyrics that'll really carry through time. It'll be remembered by future generations. And I was just struck by this inspiration. I was like, listen, do you want to know a secret? Do you promise not to tell? Closer. Let me whisper in your ear. Say the words you want to hear. I'm in love with you. Ooh, ooh, ooh. And I was like, wow, Eric, that's one of the best things you've ever come up with. You are a true songwriting genius. And then I finally also said to myself, oh, I get it. A platypus is a metaphor for what's keeping you down. The government's a platypus. Corporations are a platypus. It's not afternoon, ultimate disciple. If you were really the ultimate disciple, then that would mean you're the very last one. Okay? I think you may actually be the penultimate disciple. You might just actually be the second to last disciple. As the ultimate disciple, do you find yourself eating a lot of ultimate cheeseburgers from Jack in the Box? I mean, I don't even know where you must be if it's afternoon. If you were on the East Coast, it would be 11:38 in the morning. So you must be like in Europe or something. Oh, England. Well, you must be really excited about the English women's soccer team. They're looking fantastic in the World Cup. And England, English people, for some reason, they really are into soccer. And they're like, we really want to be the best at soccer. But they actually suck at it mostly. Wait a second, the Beatles? I wrote that song, I thought. I thought I wrote that this morning. I mean, I hadn't put any music to it yet, but the lyrics. Listen, do you want to know a secret? Do you promise not to tell? Why should I not be able to tell anybody that you love me? No, they're not women's sports, so not terrible. I know, I should sue Paul McCartney for copyright infringement. And Ringo. Just, he's got deep pockets too. Let me consult with Michelle Schacht about the proper technique to use. So the thing is, like for example, Ultimate Disciple, by and large, like there's no way I will ever watch professional women's basketball. No way. But I will watch women's college basketball because the tournament is fantastic. Well, same thing with World Cup soccer. World Cup soccer is fantastic. The tournament format, the group stage, the knockout stage, all that kind of stuff is just fantastic. And what you discover if you start watching women's sports, because my dad was a weirdly like ahead of the curve guy when it came to women's sports. He was such a USC and Pac-12 fan, Pac-10 fan, he'd watch USC women's whatever, you know. And so I had more. No, I agree with you there, Ultimate Disciple. The idea that somehow equal pay for women athletes is a matter of social justice is fucking insane. Obviously, stupid U.S. national women's team and Megan Rapinoe and her fucking social justice bullshit is garbage. People get paid because there's revenue coming in, right? It's like the men get paid what they get paid because the World Cup is the hugest television event in the world and has massive viewership globally beyond the scope of anything else. That is absolutely not the case for Women's World Cup, and so they should be paid accordingly, obviously. That's just idiocy to think that, like, women's soccer players should be paid the same as men's soccer players regardless of whether their business makes any money. Oh, that's just being dumb. Well, I will say this though, Ultimate Disciple. If it is in fact the case that women WNBA players get a higher percentage of total revenue in um, contract payouts than male NBA players do, then that just means that women are better at negotiating. You know, that's what that means. And there are certain sports in which watching women play is as good or better than men, and other sports where it's not. Soccer is one of the sports where watching women play is as good as watching men play or better. Because actually, the women are less pussies than the men. Male soccer players are the biggest pussies in the history of the world. They, what does that mean? Then obviously the men need to step up their negotiating prowess, right? You can't blame women for successfully negotiating a better contract than men get. No, soccer is the most definitely the most example of that, because soccer, first of all, is inherently a girl sport. The fact that people in the rest of the world think men should play soccer is ridiculous. Soccer is a girl sport. Only girls play soccer. I mean, come on. And so obviously with soccer, the women are just as nifty on the ball and everything as the men are. The only difference is they probably, when they kick their, like, hit a strike or whatever, it probably doesn't go as fast as when the men kick it. They don't kick as hard. But well, I have come up with a solution to it, Ultimate Disciple. It's called the stoppage box. Anytime you go down and the ref blows the whistle because you're rolling on the ground pretending to be hurt, that person who's gone down and has caused the stoppage needs to go spend 2 minutes in the stoppage box as per hockey's penalty box. So in that regard, I watched UFC too. I've been watching, because like a lot of people, I exhausted every single piece of media that existed during COVID, right? Like, nothing worth watching. But what recently is that I've got like 25 seasons of The Ultimate Fighter that I've never seen. And if you've ever watched The Ultimate Fighter, they get prospects for the UFC to come and live together in this house, and then they break them into two teams and they have them fight each other, and then the winner gets a UFC contract, But what I ultimately do with the Ultimate Fighter is I end up watching a little bit of like the first episode and then skipping ahead to the fight at the end because each episode ends with a fight between two people, and then I end up just skipping ahead to the fight in every single episode. Uh, but it's cool to have so much available content that I'm interested in watching on Hulu because I like to binge watch things. I don't like to do what I'm having to do with Crunchyroll. It's like I've binge watched everything worth binge watching on Crunchyroll. Crunchyroll. So now what am I left with? I'm left with waiting for the new episode of Mia to come out on Mia Day. I hate that. Who's my favorite fighter at the moment if I have one? Well, as far as current UFC fighters, I mean, I'm not really that. I'm not really kept up with who's doing what in right now in MMA. Oh, I'm an anime. I'm the world's biggest otaku, ultimate disciple. I have watched every anime there is to conceivably watch. The reason I started live streaming is because the new episodes that come out on Sunday haven't come out yet today. Otherwise, I'd be watching it. Yeah, well, there is that. I'm not so worried about that on Crunchyroll because like religious about what comes out. In fact, I'm there at 6 in the morning going, "Where's the new episode of Mia?" Yeah, well, I'm very childish, ultimate disciple. I may be 52 years old, but I am a little child, ultimately. Like my absolute favorite show right now, and it is so good. Oh my fucking god, it is so good. It and just so real and amazing is Mushoku Tensei 2, Jobless Reincarnation. Oh my god, it's so good. And it comes out today, I believe, the new one. Oh, it's out now. Well, now, man, now my streams have to watch it later. It is so deserving of its 4.9 stars. Oh my god. I it's it's like ultra compelling, as ultra compelling as something like Attack on Titan, but totally different than Attack on Titan. It's like it's not intense like that. It's just super compelling. You haven't watched the first season? Oh, you gotta watch both seasons. They're both fantastic. The first season's amazing. The second season's even better. AOT is my number one too. Any correct person about anime puts Attack on Titan at the top, at the absolute top. You can't beat Attack on Titan. It, it's like I encountered it when it was, I guess, the third season. So I was able to watch seasons 1, 2, and 3, binge them, and I just about exploded in mucus and vomit because it was so spectacular. But some of my other favorite animes. I was thinking about actually titling this one this morning. Something about anime people watch this. Oh yes, she is a very beautiful cat. She's our kitty pageant winner, so we call her. Oh yeah, the first episode of AOT makes you its bitch, and every succeeding episode does as well. I'm still waiting for the last movie to come out, right? So, the end of AOT ends with the fourth season, but doesn't finish the storyline. And then they finish the storyline with two additional movies. The first one of which has already come out. Good morning, my beautiful darling. Um, the first one which has already come out and was super good. And I'm just waiting for the last one to come out. You know? And then that'll be the end of AOT. But anime people need to listen to me. They don't make extra seasons of the right shows. Like, why in the world is there not another season of World Trigger? Why is there not another season of Fire Force? And yet they keep making One Piece. What the fuck? And no, I don't want your stupid little slice of life shows. I want swords, dragons, magic. No, like two people whose cheeks keep getting red because they accidentally brush their hands against each other. I tell you what, I'm going to do if I ever go to Japan. I probably have seen that one, Ultimate Disciple. I mean, I've seen everything, and and I've seen everything so much that, like, I was watching. It took me 8 episodes of rewatching the Grand Crust War before I realized I'd already watched it. Yeah, they do that. It's like, listen, stop making all of your decisions on like immediate financial results. Oh, the World Trigger wasn't enough of a hit in season 2 to have a season 3. Fuck you. Make season 3. Oh, Fire Force. We only need 2 seasons of that. Fuck you. Make season 3.
You're really hoping for that too.
Yeah. I made a song about I made it its own theme song. Fire Force. I will play it for you now. I went out of my way to make a theme song for Fire Force, and then they didn't even make another season of it. Hey, Japanese people, you need to be watching my live streams more. Here it is. Oh, I gotta turn on the volume though. 人の死因にもいろいろある。They were once you and two, made a fire like me and you. And a light that ignites an eternal light, burning up, never die. Fire Force arrived. Where's my Fire Force song? Heavens and bottom, turn to the flame. If hell's on top and heaven's the bottom, return to the flame. If hell's on top and heaven's the bottom, return to the flame. If hell's on top and heaven's the bottom. No, So I asked my Fire Force song, and as you can tell, it's pretty good.
How nice.
Here's another song everybody should know.
Let's get your butt out here! Where's she going? Let's you find your booty! And you done found your booty. Why don't you bring it on out here? Your booty locations of what are you providing us? And there's all sorts of things that no competition in Triple City, California for booty location service. Now me bottle. Now me bottle. Look at your goose. Location. Who is it? Look at your goose. All you saying location. Who is it? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. You want to know what it is? Look at your goose. Checking location. That's who we is.
Are you guys ready now? Here we go. A circle location, a poontang location. Oh, which one wins? A circle location, a poontang location. They're both great dynamite performers. A poontang location, this one wins. And poontang location. The reason that song's not very good is because I'm playing the drums on it.
It's good though. It's still good.
It still manages to be good despite my terrible drumming, but not because anything. No, because of it.
I give you a kiss.
Mm-hmm.
I love you.
I don't have that many tabs open. Sometimes I have in the past had lots of tabs open. Like when I'm looking into any given particular thing, I will go. Like for example, I want to read about the, let's say the England versus, who did they beat yesterday? I don't remember who they beat yesterday. I just watched it yesterday. Let's say I want to read about the Australia versus, who did Australia beat? I can't. That's copyrighted. That song I put on about Fire Force song is a song I made, so it's fine. But I can't put on copyrighted stuff because then my shell shocks will survey. The theme songs I remember are mostly like Naruto Shippuden theme songs, depending on the season of it. You know, like Ooda Ooda, meow 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 meow. um, because you skip over the intros of things. You know, like I don't make a point of watching intros and credits at the end. Crunchyroll generally doesn't have a skip intro button Although, like some of their newer stuff, they start having it. But I'm an expert at going 90 seconds from yeah to the next 90 seconds further along in one mouse click. I am so good at it. I can just I know how much bar equals 90 seconds. Covers, by and large, you can do them. It just means that whatever, if there's any revenue on the thing, then it can the whoever wrote the song you're covering can claim all of the revenue from it. Now I don't even monetize my live streams these days, just because I'm live streaming from my phone, and I've never bothered to turn it on my phone monetization as the default. So it's default unmonetized. Right. Well, I mean, one of the distinctions here, Winston's mom, is monetization. So by not monetizing stuff, I'm at less risk of any kind of copyright problem being significant. You know, it's when others can claim you somehow profited off of their intellectual property that you get into trouble. But nevertheless, YouTube as a platform is profiting off of the content that their users are making, right? So if I put on a copyrighted song, even on my non-monetized live stream, YouTube still monetizes these videos that are not monetized. So YouTube can get in trouble. So that's why they are very vigorous about enforcing copyright shit automatically. You know, they've got some system in place that recognizes when you're playing the the recorded album version of, like, you know, uh, Britney Spears song "Hit Me Baby One More Time." Then if you're playing that, you will get your video, your live stream. If you're playing the actual song, your live stream would just immediately stop and you get all these pow 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 things happening, and so yeah. You definitely can't do that, and it's a shame because we'd all like to, I think, be able to have our own little non-monetized radio station where we can just play whatever we want to play, and people can listen to it. Right. But unfortunately, uh, the, you mean how do they keep those people from violating her copyright? Well, not everybody cares a lot about it. You know, this is one of the problems with copyright law, is um, it it primarily it's designed to protect creators from exploitative profit making schemes predicated on their creative work, right? Uh, but it's not just because it still gets added on the original product. It's because plenty of people don't really care very much, you know? Like me. If anybody were to cover one of my songs, I'd be extremely flattered, right? It would never occur to me to care at all about if they made any money on it. Now, let's say somebody covered one of my songs and it became Gangnam Style. It was like huge and made that person shit tons of money. Well, at that point, I'd say, okay, look, I'm the songwriter here. You should pay me some money. But I'd probably, it's like I'd make an attempt to have reach some sort of civil agreement with the person where they give me some money. If they didn't, I still might not even bother suing them. You know. Well, the problem is that copyright no longer serves the creator, right? That's what it's designed to do, is protect the creator from from somebody exploiting, taking all of their work and making money off of it. So like I write a book and publish it and it starts to gain some traction and then all of a sudden a bunch uh, of fakers come and print fake copies of that book and sell it on their own website. And now the amount of money that comes in for that book gets diffused among all these various sellers of the same product. Everybody's selling PDFs of my book that I wrote that, and so I only get a fraction of the amount of money I should get from it or something. It's supposed to protect you from that kind of shit. But instead, what it's done is it's tied everybody's hands creatively. Since, it's like, if you wanted to make a movie and you had a soundtrack in mind that's the perfect soundtrack for that movie, you couldn't possibly make the movie first with that soundtrack and then get people uh, to agree to let you have the songs in your movie or something. You have to set all that shit up ahead of time. And of course, that interferes with the creative process. You might not know exactly what songs you need to have in the movie until you've made it. Well, I'm from the Napster era, as Boba Fett is as well. And I remember being an avid Napster user and getting every single track imaginable and just being appalled, horrified when it went away. And I was like, what kind of bullshit is this? Of course, people should be able to share copies of songs they have. But, since then I've thought about it a lot more. And it's a complicated question. It's it's complicated for a number of reasons because on the one hand, copyright violation does not comprise theft, right? Theft necessitates that the taking of one object from someone results in them having one fewer of that object. With digital copies of things, there's never that element, right? I can steal a copy of your song and you'll still have the copy of it. So, it makes it a weird kind of gray area, right? Morally. Um, but yeah, well, there were various parties who were, you know, hugely successful artists who fought very hard to sustain that proprietary walled garden kind of system. Well, yeah, it could be considered theft of profits, except you didn't steal any money, right? You just got an illegal free copy of a song. So to claim that it's theft of profits would suggest that the most you could possibly be liable for would be the cost of purchasing that one single. Right. Well, I mean, you can take those chances. You can take those chances for sure, Moonfei. Um, just wait until he listens to a Michelle Shock song. This is the problem that we have with copyright. You know, when I linked to her music on the Internet Archive, it did well. Yeah, well, that's fine for everybody who's choosing to be reasonable about this sort of thing. In other words, who are choosing to wait to allow YouTube to tell them when their song's being used in someone's video, and then make a decision about what to do that with that. Most people take that approach. They say, "Yeah, I want you to deal with my copyright like this. I want you to say, if somebody uses my song in their video, I want you to let me know that that's happened, and then leave it up to me what happens. Whether I tell them to take it out, whether I tell YouTube to automatically take out my song from their thing, whether I tell YouTube to claim all the money from that video for me, whether I tell YouTube to alert the person that I don't want them to do that and give them the chance to clip it out or give them the chance to do something else or whatever. They've got it set up so that the copyright holder has all the power to make all the decisions about any specific instance if they choose to use YouTube's what's called content ID system. Okay, that's if they choose to use YouTube's content ID system. Michelle Shock chooses not to use YouTube's content ID system and instead to go straight to DMC takedown notice. So the fact that that streamer hasn't hit anybody like Michelle Shock yet is not surprising. Most people aren't like her. But if he continues to do that over the long term without checking ahead of time about the songs he's playing and stuff, he will get burned eventually. And my YouTube channel is, well, yeah, sure. It's like it is very easy to get away with attaining pirated copies of things for your own personal use. But I mean, I don't know anybody who does that anymore because who wants to sustain a local copy of something? You know, why would anybody want to keep on their hard drive local copies of songs that they can just play on YouTube anytime they want? I've got YouTube Premium, so I don't ever get any ads or anything. So I listen to all the music I want. I always listen to music on YouTube. And you know, it's very rare when I encounter a circumstance like I encountered with Michelle Shocked, where I can't find a song I want to listen to. And so when that happened, what did I do? I just said, "Oh, well, let's see if I can find a copy of it, quote unquote, to let's so I can listen to it someplace." And you know, I didn't even think that. I just said, "Well, let me look on the Internet Archive. It's got to be somewhere." I wasn't even thinking about copyright, you know? I was just thinking, why in the world can I not find this? I can find everything. I can find the most obscure, weirdest things imaginable, you know? For what kind of violations? Like music copyright violations? Didn't he play horrible, like, Tool music in the background? I mean, the thing is, like, Yeah, Gen X plays absolutely incredibly bad music, just impossibly bad. The music he plays is so bad, it's impossible to watch any of his material in which he's playing music in the background. That's how bad his taste in music is. So anyway, but it's not a crime to have bad taste in music. It's an artistic crime, but there's no punishment for those, fortunately. Well, I approve and appreciate, ultimate disciple, the fact that you are correct about there being an objectively validatable, well, not really validatable, but that the truth regarding the status of a given piece of music is an objective matter. That if you can use, if you have robust intuition and a disinterested calculus, you can be correct about music or incorrect. However, you seem to have it backwards in the sense that you seem to think that bad music is good. Well, that makes you among many, many people who have my pity and sorrow because they are wrong about something so important and have to live in the darkness of ignorance. Well, I mean, like Taylor Swift, that's a little bit different, Winston's mom. Like when we go to Johnny's show, I'm definitely going to uh, upload like videos of different things. Well, there is no metric here, Jeremiah Fix, because the objectivity I'm talking about is that if one objectively knows and has sufficient data field and is robust enough with their objective knowledge function, then they can be correct about music. But I cannot substantiate any claims that I'm making about what is good. So while it is objectively, while Tool are objectively horrible, it may be very well the case that so many people subjectively enjoy it. And that those people are probably going to feel like they're correct, even though they're not. Just as maybe as strongly as, but again, it depends on the band. I do experience them subjectively as a sharp discomfort, a pain, a ontological distress. Anytime I'm listening to bad music, I do subjectively experience that, right? But and other people may subjectively experience equivalent things for different music than I subjectively experience that for. The difference between me and those people is that I'm right about it and they're wrong. However, I cannot establish that as defensible, right? I can't justify it because artistic truths are holistic truths, they're not reducible truths. So even though I know I'm right and have lots of good reason to believe it, nobody can ever win this argument. That's why people say the following false statement: beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Well, it's not false, it's incomplete. There is that subjective aspect to aesthetics, but That's only half of the picture. No, I do have the data on hand. Okay, put it this way. I have the data on hand for my own purposes to believe that I know what's objectively so about, for example, music. Okay? But I acknowledge and stated explicitly that neither I nor anybody else has adequate justifications to substantiate the claims I'm making. Okay, the claims I'm making cannot be substantiated. I cannot substantiate them any more than anybody else can. Okay, so that's just the nature of the conversation we're having here. Is I'm making statements that are claims that I cannot substantiate. I'm making them anyway because they're unsubstantiatable, not because I failed to substantiate them. So if on another matter, like it was not an aesthetic matter that was reducible, it would never be acceptable for me to make such claims that I can't substantiate. That's because we're talking in that instance about claims that could be substantiated, but that I failed to. In that case, never okay. But in this case, because the claims I'm making are fundamentally unsubstantiatable, then I can't very well expect myself to substantiate them. I don't care about how it looks. I care about the truth. Well, I mean, how and why certain things become popular and other things don't, and the extent to which the industry can manufacture popularity that doesn't authentically occur, that's a broad and interesting topic potentially. But what I'd say is that the music industry no longer has any interest in anyone that hasn't already first authentically occurred. No, but look, you're using the word subjective wrong and objective wrong, okay? There is objective data and there are objective calculi. I can calculate something objectively, which is to say, remove my own personal interest from the question and or address a question that I either have no interest in or have an interest in being disinterested in. Like if I'm a referee, I have an interest in being disinterested. If I'm a judge, I have an interest in being disinterested. And even so, despite that, if there's a conflicting interest, like let's say I own shares in the company involved in this trial, I have to recuse myself in order to sustain the value of disinterestedness in the process or uphold. So that's objectivity from a calculation perspective, is the lack of individual personal interest in evaluating a question. From a data perspective, objective data is data that's outside of you that everyone can look at equally and make independent determinations about the same data, right? Subjective data is data that only you can reference, your feelings, that only you can reference directly, and you may provide some information in your affect or display according. Like if I'm having a big stomach pain, and it's making me like go into a fetal position and roll on the ground and go, oh, and then I'm giving you plenty of data, objective data about my subjective experience. But the vast majority of the data is still subjective. It's me experiencing the pain. You can't access that directly. So you got to look at now when we're talking about things that are black and white, you're talking about things that are binary, okay? The alternative to things that are binary are things that are real time. So it is the case that half of the functions deal like foremost with binaries, let's say. Those are your metaphysical functions. Ni, Ne, Fe, Ti. The reason they deal foremost with binaries is because they deal foremost with communication, and communication is symbolic representation of stuff, and therefore inherently binary. It's the low resolution version of experience. I rode a horse to the meadow is the low resolution version, the binary digitized version of actually riding a horse to the meadow. So since both intuition functions and Ti and Fe deal with communication half of life foremost, they are in some sense all objective functions, which is to say they either engage in an objective calculus, which is to say they have a disinterested approach to use TI. They are dealing with the objects associated with subjective data of other people. That is to say, FE. Or they are knowing what something external to them is, independent of their own experience. In other words, it's the NI is like TI for knowing. TI is for deciding, determining. You determine by doing calculations of some sort, and it takes time. Okay? That's the difference between knowing and deciding something. If you're talking about deciding something, it's easy to articulate the difference between objectivity and subjectivity. Objectivity is disinterest. It's evaluating a question not in terms of what you'd like the answer to be, but it's purely in terms of what the answer is based on reasoning and consistency with definitions and stuff like that. And the subjective version is clearly easy to make distinct as well. If I'm a referee in a game, but my son's playing on Team A, and I keep making calls in favor of Team A, there's a chance that I've evaluated the play of the game through a subjective lens, in other words, favoring my own son's team in calling the fouls. On the other hand, if I'm a referee and I'm have no interest in the game whatsoever, then my calls don't fall into question. They don't come into question. People don't say like, "Are you sure that was the right call? Maybe you're biased." We can make a clear distinction between subjective reasons for making a call, or subjectivity in interfering with a person's decision-making process where it should be objective, versus objectivity when we look at referees or judges. Okay, the equivalent thing is hard to articulate for NI and SI. It's easy to articulate how SI is subjective in that it's referencing one's own personal experience and extrapolating therefrom. If you're an SI person, because this happened to me recently, I assume this must happen a lot to people all the time now. Even though, SI people are they get struck by lightning, and then they're going to take preventative measures to prevent themselves from getting struck by lightning again, even though that's dumb and silly, right? That's subjective. Assuming your own experience is representative of reality more than it is. In contrast, if you look at the objective function, NI, it knows what something is, it accepts what it is inherently without linking back to your own personal experience. But unlike with TI and FI, it's not as easy to make clearly clear examples of a distinction, because the thing you're dealing with knowledge is that it's instantaneous and dealing with holistic things. And so you run afoul of what we just ran afoul of aesthetically. There is an objective frame of reference for aesthetics, and there's a subjective frame of reference. The objective frame of reference is what is universally good, what is timeless. The subjective frame of reference is what do I like a lot. But really with SI, the subjective frame of reference is what do I have a lot of familiarity with. SI, if you're SI 1 or 2, there's a very good chance, well, especially SI 1, that you're going to like a lot what you listen to a lot, or what you're exposed to a lot, regardless of whether it's good or bad. In contrast, if you evaluate a question of music objectively, then you're not going to be subject to that. So I was exposed to lots of music as a kid. My dad played a variety of things over and over again. I only remember or want to listen to or still listen to the very best things that he ever played. So where Jung was wrong is he said introverted functions are subjective, extroverted functions are objective. He's wrong about that. The only functions that are truly objective or subjective are Fi and Ti, because those functions are appropriate. That's where the term is appropriately used. We have a clear understanding of the distinction between an objective calculus, one made without being led by one's desires, right? In other words, a disinterested calculus versus a one in which you're influenced by what you want to be the case. So that's easy to draw a distinction, right? And that's truly objective and subjective. The other functions, if we're going to use the word objective and subjective, we need to qualify a lot and explain what we mean by objective, because there aren't clearly examples of objectivity or subjectivity as the word is properly defined. But they do share a commonality, right? So it's like you can get that Fe is objective because let's say somebody really embarrasses themselves at a party. It just sort of it is the case that happened, and everybody can articulate that, yeah, they really kind of embarrassed themselves and why it would be embarrassing and stuff like that. It's not up for debate. No, I thought that was cool. If somebody embarrasses themselves, there aren't half the people that are going, actually, I thought that was great. I thought that was really cool, because it's objectively the case that happened, that people's perceptions were predictably and correctly articulated as responding to that, not liking that, right? But again, it's one of those areas of objectivity that you can't win an argument about because it's irreducible. Why does that make me look bad? Well, I can give you reasons, but that's not going to prove anything, right? And so, well, again, new group, is there always a subjective element link that you can make to everything? Well, of course, in the sense that every possible instance of attention paid is paid by a subject, by an an agent. So, like, it's important to remember that while we pay attention to different fields, it's always us paying attention. So to say that there's any attention paid outside of a self is incorrect. We're paying attention to things outside of a self. Yeah, well, Joe Smith, he's wrong about that. Okay, if he's going to meaningfully use the terms, then he would need to draw a distinction between objective data and objective processes or calculi, and he'd need to make it clear, he'd need to correctly have mapped out the fields to which and on which people pay attention. And the information flows from experiential fields to communication fields. Now, Kant is not appealing to a subjective factor, right? So the mistake that Jung makes is he misunderstands TI reasoning as subjective because he doesn't get that the kind of logic that's universal is communication logic. That's your kind of one. The reason it's universal is because you can replace the words with symbols. So all A's equal B, all B's equal C, D equals A, therefore D equals C. I could put sentences into those variables and it doesn't matter. The logic is the same everywhere in the world. Universally, it's always the same. Whereas TE may refer to objective data, but it always refers to it within a subjective frame. And that's what matters more. And additionally, that objective data is only particularly relevant to people with having the same particularist experience. There's nothing universal about it, how to fix your Whirlpool X24 refrigerator at all. There's nothing about that universalizes. You have to have the exact same refrigerator and the exact same problem for their referencing of objective data to be relevant to you at all. In contrast, if I explain what affirming the consequent is, namely, if you go, all pigs fly, I fly, therefore I'm a pig, you have affirmed the consequent. That is to say, you've incorrectly inferred that because all members of a set display an attribute, that everything that has that attribute must be a member of that set. And that's a fallacy, and it's always a fallacy. It doesn't matter what words you put in there, right? It doesn't matter if it's Joe saying, all pizzas are good, I'm good, therefore I'm a pizza. It doesn't matter if it's Mary saying, all men are mortal, I'm mortal, therefore I'm a man. It doesn't matter who's saying it. As long as it fits that universal, those universal terms, then it's always fallacious, right? That's universal, that's objective. That, in other words, the logic is outside of you, it applies to everybody, and everybody can appeal to it equally. So Jung was wrong to use that term so loosely and wildly without defining it adequately, as I have defined it adequately on multiple occasions. But that's fine. I'm not here to shit on Jung, all right? Jung's the genius that made this conversation possible. And let's never forget that. All praise is due, etc. But that doesn't mean his rough sketch of shit can't be improved on and shouldn't be improved on. And it has been improved on. Interposed between himself and the objective fact, you cannot use the word objective in a definition of subjective. That's ridiculous, right? And then what does he define objective of? The opposite of subjective? Because he's just defining subjective here as interposed between himself and the objective fact. So, like, is the window subjective because it's between the physical data I observe with my eyes and the data itself? So how do you define objective then? These are not those are not operationalized definitions. Okay, people can't use them to do anything with them. He's not actually evaluating how people use the terms objective and subjective, what they mean or what they could possibly mean, and which of those meanings is preferable to use. Or even, like, The thing is, if he means meow is objective, then meow. If he means meow is subjective, then meow, right? He needs to define things like that so people can use them. Otherwise, he's just fucking with me. Wasting everybody's fucking time. Pissing me off. Like, stop doing definition theater, you fucks. You actually define things or don't pretend to define things. One of the two. It's like, that's one of the worst things you can possibly do in the world, in all of the world, is pretend to define things. This is like the worst, most despicable, wicked kind of dissembling. It's like, when I'm talking about objectivity and subjectivity, I'm saying shit that means stuff. Here's how people use the word. It can be used to describe calculi, it can be used to meow, meow, meow. What he's saying is not meaningful, interposed between. He doesn't mean physically between, right? He means some element of attention that occurs between what? Between this self and objective fact. And so what's objective fact? How does he define objective? Like, objective things do not have something interposed between the self and them. You silly fuck. You just go back to swinging people around and knocking other people over with them. Look how much you've confused everybody. Now, we appreciate your genius contribution to the whole thing, but now get the fuck out of the way, you half-assed thinker. Like, who would call Kant subjective? What fucking idiocy is that? Kant is like the least subjective person in history. He wrote the Critique of Pure Reason, which provided us with a universal moral imperative. How less subjective could you possibly get? What a fucking piece of shit Jung was for writing that. How horrible. Now, I am objectively and subjectively outraged. I want to go to Jung's grave and pull his wrong ass out of his casket and start scolding the shit out of him. That's what I want to do, Jung. And get his ass out of his lazy ass out of his grave and say, listen here, you fuck. Stop using words so loosely. That's how, if you don't like it, you can pick me up and swing me around. What a liar, though. He could not possibly have done that. But it's not a view interposed between, it's a frame of reference, right? And so is objectivity also a frame of reference. That's what he's not getting, is that they're both frames of reference. He's trying to make the objectivity existent outside of the attentional event. And it doesn't exist outside the attentional event. So they're alternate frames of reference regarding data from, like, first you have to always talk about whether you're using the term to discuss an attentional process or to discuss data. Because if you're talking about data, data can be objective independent of an attentional event because we have a clear operationalized definition of it. If other people can equally, maybe not in practice, but in theory, equally access and evaluate data independently, the same data independently, then that data is objective. So that's an operationalized definition. You can use it to check things and find out if it qualifies as objective or subjective. That's what it means to operationalize a definition, to allow you to use it to check things. That's what they're for. So another way of distinguishing between TI and FI that doesn't involve these loaded terms of objective and subjective is we can simply say that TI deals with terms as though their definitions were operationalized. And FI deals with terms as though their definitions were not operationalized. Or another way, a better way of putting it is TI operationalizes definitions, FI doesn't. Because FI is trying to express the subjective experience, operationalizing definitions is not useful in parsing that. Whereas TI is trying to communicate in terms that can be understood clearly by anybody who uses the objective frame. You know, it's an appeal to a common frame of reference, whereas FI is an appeal to a common resonance over subjective experience. Like common between me and the person I'm talking to, not common across the board. Like if I'm telling you about how I was traumatized by my father's death or something, you might, depending on how I'm talking and displaying, you might get emotional on my behalf or something, feel bad for me or something like that. You might also have your own personal experience that's similar, that really you can feel for me, you can identify with me or something like that. FI is interested in using language for those kinds of purposes. And is less interested in language in general, obviously, because it's not a communication function. People who made FI decisions, if you ask them to explain them, they'll often say it's hard to put it into words exactly. And then they'll, rely on a bunch of feeling language. Now, of course, when FI and TI people clash, especially when it's FI-NI, then you've got people using objective knowing, using language to make statements about things they objectively know, but choosing which of those things based entirely on their subjective, non-operationalized calculi, which means that they're continually driving me insane. Because I keep saying, can you operationalize the definition, please, so that we can talk about something that actually means something when we're talking to each other? And they're like, can you just get where I'm coming from? No, because you're saying shit about stuff that for which where you're coming from is irrelevant. If you're just telling me about how sad you are because your grandma died, great, fine. Then you're not going to get any pushback from me. If you're telling me that we should pass this horrible legislation because you feel bad for homeless people, we've got a serious problem. Because you're not even saying that. You're never saying because I feel bad for homeless people, even though that's the actual reason. That's the problem with FI, is they're trying to express in ways that can universally communicate to everyone shit that shouldn't be universally communicated as universal communications. The only thing that should be universally communicated to everybody is, I feel strongly about this, and that's why I think we should do it. And I don't really have any good justifications for it because it's predicated on my strong feelings. I decided before we started this conversation, I already knew what my feelings were about the matter, and you're not going to change my feelings about them. But why do you feel that way? Then you get into trouble, right? Then they start trying to give you reasons for their feelings that don't justify the advocacy they're making, only justify why they feel that way. And you go, no, 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 is what you say. And then you get into a big fight. But I tell you what drove me fucking bonkers is like, Bobby yesterday drove me fucking crazy with that Christianity argument. Because fine, I get it. He's very subjective in his calculation process. And he's constantly making this mistake of universalizing his feelings and making statements about politics in the world that just aren't justified by anything. But he should be subject to good religious arguments like I was making. Like, prioritize the primary value here, which is forgiveness and goodness towards one another, rather than choosing to weaponize the Bible to attack my Christianity, right? That's an argument that should be a winning argument, even for somebody using his kind of epistemology. So, I couldn't help but being really pissed off. It's like, I get why you can't do politics right, although I don't get why you're so stubborn about doing it wrong. But that same quality that makes you not susceptible to being corrected about important matters like public considerations should make you subject to being corrected about private matters like religion. So I don't know what the hell's going on there. He just wants to be contrarian about everything. He just wants to shit on people constantly, I guess. Usually it's not me. But like, what the fuck? Oh, I forgot. I will still do that. I need to pray about something. I forgot. I said I was going to do that. I need to do that still. I haven't prayed about it yet. Just because I fell asleep watching TV last night, which it never, ever, ever happens. I always get up and go to bed before I fall asleep. But it did last night. So there goes my never, ever, ever. And I woke up and like my arm was all asleep, like, and I was like, I gotta go to bed. I ain't saying I wasn't being sincere. Where like nobody hearing that argument yesterday could possibly sanely conclude that I was being insincere. I had a high quality personal anecdote that anybody should be able to get. Oh, okay, I get that. I understand why this rationalist became a Christian. He quit drinking and he needed that magical thinking frame in order to empower him to do so. In other words, he needed faith. He needed to exercise faith. Anybody should be able to identify clearly that I'm not being insincere once I inform them that that's my personal history, right? It's like I've not purposely drank any alcohol since I quit drinking the day after Christmas. I believe it'll be 10 years ago this upcoming Christmas, December 26th. How could you possibly think that I'm being insincere about something so important, so obviously like as I so life defining, you know? That's just ridiculous. At first, though, I thought he was saying something even more ridiculous. I misread his thing. At first, I thought he was saying I was being insecure. I was like, what are you talking about? But when he said insincere, I was like, that's not true. You know, it took me a little bit longer to determine why it was that wasn't true. That's a trickier question, right? Like, what comprises sincerity or insincerity versus what comprises security versus insecurity? I don't think anybody would accuse me of being insecure. I mean, obviously, there's a certain strategy that some people use called Jeff Shine, where you simply make a claim of something exactly counterfactual about the person. Like, Eric is really not creative at all. He never makes stuff. They wouldn't say he never makes stuff though. They just say he's not creative at all. Or Eric never says anything new. He just repeats things he's heard other people say. The thing is, though Jeff Shaw would avoid that second sentence, right? Because that operationalizes things and allows you to test it. And he tried to avoid being testable at all, right? Eric can't type intuitives. He can recognize them, he just can't type them. That's something that Jeff Shaw said in a comment recently. What does that mean? I don't know. So obviously, some people are going to do that. Jeff Shaw, I'm sure, is someone will say, Eric's incredibly insecure. He likes to find the most counterfactual statement he can make about me and make it without any even hint of operationalizing. Make sure that it can't be tested for anything at all. But except for people like him, I don't think anybody's going to call me insecure. Insincere, I don't really think anybody's going to call me insincere either. It's like, I'm so... It's not because I'm so sincere, so much as it is I'm so bad at being insincere. And you could say I've got such poor control over my emotions that I can't help but constantly display how I actually feel. And so, I don't know. It seems like most people, if they understood insincerity correctly, would say, Eric's not smart at all about stuff like that. He's not being insincere. That requires a kind of craftiness he doesn't have, you know? The lighting's kind of, Is that better? It's still kind of, Is that better? It's a little bit better. If you like to watch garages. Doesn't it seem like the word garage should have a different plural than garages? Like garish. The plural of garage is garish. I have 3 garish in which I park 6 different cars. Eric, did you read here about the article interview Christianity Today? Evangelicals call Jesus liberal and weak. The Son of God is liberal and weak? Oh, what do you know? I mean, the thing is, I might call him that as well, really, in some ways. But it's like, in regards to that, though, I would just say, well, I'm not Jesus. The world would be a better place if we were all more like him, maybe. But it doesn't mean I can make the world a better place by applying his way to everything. You got to understand the proper jurisdictional scope of your magical thinking frame. They're trying to apply their magical thinking frame to politics. No, that's not its appropriate jurisdiction. Yeah, I don't like turning the other cheek either, but I recognize that if executed with a certain FINI clarity that's impossible for me, that is probably the best strategy. Like, I don't know how I would have turned the other cheek in the Michelle Shock situation. But I didn't strike back, right? I didn't say, you know what, F this B, I'm gonna now sue her for wasting my time. I didn't do that. I didn't say, F this B, now I'm gonna try to violate her copyright. That would be very dumb. I also didn't enable her to slap my cheek. So I didn't sign a waiver of service. So she had to pay somebody to serve me papers. So whose cheek did she ultimately slap? Her own cheek. You know, she slapped my cheek with a DMCA takedown notice, and I slapped back with a video saying how we should condemn her for this. And then she tried to sue me. If I had made a video saying I made a mistake and I want to acknowledge it, I linked to some illegal copies. I didn't know they were illegal, but nevertheless, I should have been thinking more about that probably. So I'm sorry to Michelle Schaller for doing that. If I had said that in that video, that would have been the end of it. The reason she wants to sue me is because I struck back with a video. I mean, yeah, you can't allow others to manipulate you with your own axioms, obviously. So if somebody's an abuser, they like slapping your cheeks. It's not an event that requires like a one-time calculation. It's a relationship that's toxic. The issue there is not your failure to turn cheeks, it's their pleasure in slapping them. But really what he's saying is ultimately the pen is mightier than the sword as well, you know? Like, oh, you want to slap me? Slap me again if you're going to do it, because the more times you slap me, the more damning it's going to be on the witness stand when I testify. Because you are currently assaulting me. Here, go ahead. Slap the other cheek. I'm not consenting to it, but I'm saying if I can't stop you, if you won't be stopped by my words, then I'm not going to run away from you. Keep slapping because I got cheeks for weeks. All right, he doesn't say surrender, run away. He doesn't say concede the moral high ground. Well, I mean, the thing is, positive moral indications, like turning the cheek, do not universalize. They're just positive moral indications. The only things that universalize are negative moral prohibitions and permissibilities. So prohibitions and permissibilities universalize negative on a negative frame, right? Like, it's permissible to do this means it doesn't violate anybody's rights. Duties only universalize in the sense that contractual arrangements confer duties onto parties according to the terms of those arrangements. So anybody who goes to a McDonald's and pays at the first window is entitled to their food at the second window, which is to say McDonald's is obligated to provide them their food at the second window, and that positive obligation can be definitively established, but only because of an exchange that established a brief contractual relationship. And it's only specific to those parties. Just because I bought a hamburger and am entitled to my hamburger at the second window doesn't mean everybody's entitled to a hamburger at the second window. but everybody's obligated not to steal from their neighbor. So part of the problem that a lot of Christians have, I would guess, is that, not that I talk to a lot of Christians, certainly not about Christianity, is that they don't understand that, like, words of wisdom regarding positive moral indications from Jesus do not prescribe action in any kind of way that universalizes. Like, in other words, he's not establishing positive obligations, and that negative obligations should always be prioritized. In other words, it's always worse for Bobby to assault my Christianity on the metaphysical, external metaphysical field than it is good for him to uphold positive moral indications indicated by the Bible. So the Bible may advocate evangelizing, let's say, but you always have to respect the order of questions. The order of questions first asks, am I doing something bad? If you are doing something bad, then you don't do it. The second set of questions is like, why is it okay for me to do this? It's like trying to treat that question as secondary is putting the cart as far before the horse as you could possibly put it. When I go back inside, I'll read these chats and see what everybody's saying. I don't have my glasses with me, of course, because that is the absolute worst thing about getting old. The worst thing is having to wear reading glasses to read stuff. Because if I had to wear glasses all the time, that would be fine. I would just have glasses on all the time, right? And I'd see fine and be able to read everything fine. Instead, I see everything perfectly clear, fine. Right? My vision is clear as day. I look at this little car over here. I see the text on the front says mule. I see Kawasaki. I see EPS 4x4. I can't read the little words under EPS, but everything's crystal clear. Pro FXT, Ranch Edition, Frontier, Duro, everything crystal clear. But when it comes to these little words on here, I'm like, oh. So now I have this extra object that I have to maintain a relationship with. I got some neck thing to put on them, right? So they go around my neck. But I just, without ever even thinking about it, take that off all the time. I don't like having something around my neck. I should have them here. I don't mind that. But it's like I have this deeply ingrained habit of being at home, sitting down in a chair, and therefore I no longer need my sunglasses here. I'm at home again. Let me put them away. But they're not sunglasses. They're regular glasses. Oh, how horrible. Horrible, horrible, horrible. The second one about getting old is having to pee so often. I didn't used to have to pee that often. I'd pee a couple of times a day maybe, and maybe get up once during the night if I drink water before bed. Boy, the golden days of yore saw much less golden days of yore. I was in the bathroom at this bar that Rachel and I ate at the other day called the Hitching Post, and some young guy was in the toilet part, and I was at the urinal, right? And when he peed, I could have sworn somebody took a garden hose with a power attachment on it and sprayed it into that toilet. It was like the sound of his urine made me so jealous. Meanwhile, I was like, tinkle, 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 tinkle. And it's weird. It's like it's only sometimes like that. Sometimes I pee just fine and have a nice, maybe not that guy's level of pee intensity, but a nice sturdy. And then sometimes it's like, why are you coming out so slow? I don't want to sit here and pee for 5 hours. I mean, I never have to pee for 5 hours, but you get the point. I was using hyperbole there. Well, I think I probably, it's, when I don't have any poo in me, like when I've got all the poo out, I had a nice big poo this morning. Then my peeing goes a lot smoother. Everything's not really any problems. I don't pee that often, and etc. When I have poo in me, it must push on my bladder or something, because then I have to pee more. Also, what I really need to do, but it's not something I do very often, is get up in my butthole and push on my prostate. You gotta massage it a little bit periodically here, or it gets stiff shoulders. Okay, so let's see. Wow, I missed a lot of chats. I wasn't gone that long. I'll have to go way back. Are you talking about the weather for me today? Well, that's Kant just projecting his worldview once in a while. Okay, the TRS. That's when I left, when I was mad at Ian. I went outside because I was so mad at Ian. Eric Ying said a lot of things off the cuff that people ran with. When you're quoting him from his book, I would hardly call that off the cuff. I mean, my IQ is 107. I took an online test, and it was an online IQ test, and I got 107 on it. So that's my IQ. I'm sure Jung was much higher IQ than me. Yes, Kant is definitely an INTP. A view which interposed between himself and the objective facts. But the thing is, not all data is objective. So what's the subjectivity about a stomach ache, right? Have patience while slanders are not long lived. Truth is the child of time. Ere long she shall appear to vindicate thee. Kant is just projecting his frame of reference. I hadn't typed the word view when I copied the definition previously. Subjective, a view which is interposed between himself and the objective fact. This definition is in the section about attitudes of consciousness. Kant thought things not because they were true, but because he was Kant. You know, I mean, that's correct. He thought things because he was Kant. But that doesn't mean the things he said weren't true. They were just, as Somerset Maugham's comments, lacked being informed by the correct frame of reference or the corrected defensible typology. Logic is the study of such inferences and certain related concepts and topics like formal invalidity, proof, consistency, logic, and ontology. That's contextual versus universal. FI is very contextual, TI is universal. I did feel for you and Mrs. Strauss when that happened. Well, I guess that's the purpose of the words for FI people, is to have that thing happen where I say I'm sad and you feel bad for me. I don't know why that should be anybody's purpose, but that's just me projecting my frame bias. We should make sure there are no starving kids by feeding everyone. I think that is a great endeavor, but how would it be accomplished? Sigh. What type is this guy you're talking about, Eric? Who is I talking about? Oh, Bobby? I don't know what type he is. Jeremiah Fix says, that's one of the reasons I avoid Bobby, aka he's a hypocrite. Well, I don't mind contrarians as long as they're not wrong. You might call me a bit of a contrarian, but I'm not a contrarian in the literal sense of the word, because I'm not just being contrary to be contrary. I'm being contrary a lot because people are wrong a lot. A lot of people will be disappointed, even if he has no interest in holding the agreement because he wants to cause a fight. Oh, thanks, Ultimate Disciple. It's a gift more than a win, you know? If you've got addiction issues yourself, remember, not all addictions are bad. All right, I'm addicted to plenty of things. I'm very addictive. I do a lot of substances, you know, but they're not a problem for me. They're a part of who I am and a part of my life, not something destroying my life. Whereas alcohol was in that second category for sure. And accordingly, I had to stop drinking. But a lot of people will tell you you've got two choices: do everything or do nothing. That is not true. You should quit any drugs that are a serious actual problem for you that is not linked to other people making it a problem for you. Like for Rachel, weed was a problem for her, but only because the people around her were making it into a big problem, not because it was inherently causing her any problems. And she totally won that argument because now she's here in her own house smoking as much weed as she wants, whenever she wants, all the time. Manipulation is a good concept to discuss. I think I'm a manipulative person, but for good reasons. Well, all INFJs who've got even the slightest hint of self-concept understand themselves to be manipulative on some level because they use FE tool as their MO. And objective knowing means they should recognize what that means. Informal fallacies are defects found in the content of the argument, which could be inductive or deductive. I read Moonface's crazy comment here. Jesus is liberal and weak. Well, I mean, the point is you shouldn't be using religion to think about politics. is warning that evangelical Christians are moving too far to the right to the point that even Jesus' teachings are considered weak now. Manipulation is how religious leaders, cult leaders, artists, politicians, and everyone else reaches success. Well, if you want to call every kind of FE manipulation, then fine, I'll agree with that statement. But I think that you're trying to encompass too broad a variety of things with the word manipulation in that case, because um, like people who have decent FE and value either other people's feelings or perceptions would say that I would be better off by being more mindful of how stuff plays, by being more careful about not saying any kind of self aggrandizing comments, by presenting things in a more palatable fashion and generally being more likable, and that they wouldn't view themselves as advocating that I be more manipulative. Now, if I were to follow their advice, then you might accuse me of being manipulative in the sense that I'm crafting how I present things in order to try to manage how other people respond to me, think of me, etc., or what they do with the information I provide. But I mean, if you're going to call that manipulation, then you have to call just any kind of mindfulness, room reading, lack of tone deafness manipulation. And I don't think that's a good use of that term. How to make them care enough about doing something for you. Something I'll never understand how people fall for and for so long. I mean, I'm not like, I mean, let's take Johnny for an example, Diamond. So Johnny is, in my opinion, probably an INFJ, and he's very careful and crafted in how he presents publicly, and because of that, he successfully generated a fair amount of buzz with his few early releases that he didn't release very much material at all because he only released stuff he thought was good enough to release and stuff. In other words, he was trying to be a good artist as best he could. And it worked. He got a buzz around him and got signed by Interscope. Who exactly did he manipulate there? You know? That's not manipulation, that's just being a good artist. If I manipulate you into thinking gym is good for you, okay, well, if somebody convinces you that you should exercise more, then it really depends on how they did that as to whether it comprises manipulation. To be a manipulation, it has to be the case that they said things that were about Mia, intending for you to respond to it without being aware of their intentions. So, for example, if I wanted you to go to the gym more, and I like periodically dropped comments like, "Oh, you're looking a little chubby," and then left things around you like a free trial membership for the gym, that would be manipulative. If I were direct and honest about it and said, "I think you should go to the gym more because I think you're getting fat," then I would not be a very good relationship partner if I were talking to my partner. But if I were just talking to a friend, that friend would appropriately say, "Well, I think you should go to the community college because you're being a fucking tard." Legalism is not the way. Love is the way it is known. God hates the sin but loves the sinner. Well, I want Mr. Bobby to at least be like, if he's gonna insist on walking the narrowest possible path, then actually walk it narrowly. My example was, and your example was a negative. You're talking to somebody, not me. You're talking to Diamond. Manipulating you into a better position of my goal as an INFJ. That could come in the form of knowledge, or even me manipulating you to sit in this comfy seat because I'm concerned for your comforts. Feel me? Yeah. Um, I mean, is it manipulative to make food for somebody and hand it to them when you're aware that they're not paying attention to their eating this? Like, I'd be fine with that happening. If I were with an ISFJ still, that would probably happen periodically. Rachel and I always ask each other first, would you like some food? Because we we respect each other's S's and don't want to press on them at all. I know there's no point in me making something for Rachel unless I've asked and confirmed first that she wants it, or else there's a very high chance she's not going to eat it, you know? On the other hand, if I'm in the middle of lecturing and Rachel just came and handed me some food, I would just eat it. I might not even like notice. And then afterwards be like, oh, thank you so much for this food. I needed to eat something. Um, so would that be manipulating? Because is if what you're saying here, you're manipulating me to sit in this comfy seat because I looked uncomfortable. If you, let's say, would it be manipulating me if you simply took my arm and gradually guided me over here and encouraged me to sit down without saying any words? Would it be manipulation if you said, you should sit in a comfortable chair? You look uncomfortable. What's the thing that makes something manipulation is you've got to be like doing action A, which purports to be about thing C, in hopes that it's going to make the person do thing B without you ever talking about thing B. That's manipulation. When you're hiding your actual desired outcome, motives, and positioning and taking action that you think you're going to predict how the other person is going to react to that as a roundabout way to get you to do what I want you to do without me telling you directly. Can we interchange convince and manipulate? I don't think we can. I think manipulation has to have the quality I just articulated. Sometimes you got to convince yourself out of your inherent biases, even though they're there for a reason. Well, I mean, just because they're there for a reason doesn't mean they're good. I mean, our inherent biases, the reason that they're there is mostly ignorance. We project our own frame of reference as universal onto the world because we're ignorant of cognitive functions and how that informs us about our reflexive tendency to do that. When you're kind to others, that's your personal motivation. I uphold all their actions are selfish, whether they help others, yourself, or not. You would die for your child because you want to in that context. Which actions are entirely self-motivated and which are helpful to others? Nothing wrong with being selfish, definitely better than not being selfish and then being bitter about having no motives while people do. I would agree with Diamond there, but that's because I have FI as an absolute value. Well, if you had some sort of shock collar, that would shock you if you put your glasses down. Ruben, once again, you are an innovator, and I'm gonna create that device for myself. I'll have to use it Apple AirTag, put it on this, and then every time it gets more than 3 feet away from me, I have to go back to it. Thing is, I could put this in this pocket, which is good, great to have, but this pocket is really for cigarettes. You know, this is why these pockets exist, is for cigarettes. I have to constantly relearn and practice stuff. If I don't use skills, I lose those skills. Yeah, I have to do a fair amount of practicing to stay stuff. Professional told me how to open up old men's urethras. It was scary. Oh, I don't want to hear about it. Yeah, I hate peeing for the whole duration. Wrap it up already. And then it's like, okay, you're done. And now you gotta keep going like this to get the drops out until no more drops come. Or else and then you stand up. Now you're standing up. Guess what? More drops were hidden up there somewhere. And you pull up your pants, and now you got drops of pee on your underwear. And you can feel it wet on the side of your leg. Horrible. All right, now where was I? Aha, I'm near to where the new part is. I have some experience to back that up too. Everything I have deep dived in my life, physical things I've gotten pretty good at, but I have to practice super diligently to bring it into SI. Senior Wincy's? It's all right. It's all right. I asked about weather when you kept fiddling with the garage door. Oh. Weather is what happens in the sky. It is cute and wholesome, surprisingly. The one you shared looks like what they'd look like if they evolved over the years. Well, to do that, evolution would need to be real. Well, I guess that's an L for me on assuming you would not state that officially. State what? Did he admit that I was right finally? Yeah, I know. I like to tell the answer to that question is the lowest score I've ever gotten on an IQ test. Because I don't think people should care about IQ tests at all. It's like the reason I figured out cognitive functions is not because I'm the smartest. It's not because I'm especially smart, even. It's because I spent years working on trying to figure it out for reals and had all the requisite skill sets as a debate coach rather than just being like some other HP creating something for fun, you know? So there's plenty of people who have higher IQs, I'm sure, than I do. And I bet you I'm more correct about just about everything than they are consistently across the board. Supposedly, Jordan Peterson has an IQ of 160 or something. But that man is not intelligent. So if in fact that's the case, then IQ doesn't link to actual intelligence very much, in my perspective. Eric, would you tell me to stop smoking or that it would be better for me not to put stuff in my lungs? I would tell you if you haven't started smoking yet, you shouldn't start. I would not otherwise deem to have any opinion about what you do. If you're looking for advice about whether you should start smoking, I would suggest the answer is no. But other than that, I don't have any opinion about what you do. It's not my concern. Why do I care what you do with your body? If if I were blameless, I'd maybe be more legalistic, but I'm a dumpster. Ruben, you are the furthest thing from a dumpster fire. Namely, you're a surgical table ice cube. What's Eric? The other day you mentioned evolution isn't valid. Could you explain that sometime? I mean, sure, Silver Zalus. I would say if you just channel search my channel for evolution, you will find lots of videos on the subject. But to summarize, evolution asserts that it explains where cognitive functions, where species come from. Evolution asserts that it explains where species come from. That it explains the process by which speciation occurs. But it provides no actual mechanism that explains it, and all the mechanisms we can articulate about genetics and time and species, the pressures are always in the other direction. They're back towards the genomic mean for a species, not not away from it. But here, this is a playlist about the subject itself. Feeling hippie then? I was mainly thinking of cigarettes, shisha, and vapes since many people smoke those here, men and women, and I hate that they exist. Why do you hate that they exist? I mean, do you also hate that coffee exists? Because people like to drink that? Do you hate that sidewalks exist because people like to take a walk? I don't think anybody smokes weed to look cool. You smoke weed in hopes of getting high. But if you smoke as much weed as I do, you're probably just engaged in some wishful thinking that smoking this weed is going to get you high. Well, if a dumpster fire is hot temperature on a filthy surface, then surgical table ice cube is a cold temperature on a very sterile surface. Well, then what you should hate is people not respecting your airspace, not cigarettes. Like, I don't go smoke around other people who don't smoke. There's no reason for anybody to possibly hate my smoking cigarettes. Yeah, so surgical table ice cube is the opposite of dumpster fire. Just like the opposite of hot mess is cold tidiness. Cold and tidy. I'm not a hot mess, I'm cold and tidy. You know, you may just not be adequately empowered to smoke weed as you want to. It's not that much fun smoking weed when somebody's breathing down your neck about it, I'm sure. But, and also, smoking weed can be annoying if you're kind of broke and you're out of weed. Now what are you going to do? You got to buy more weed. But when you are as unbelievably is the correct word in its literal sense. Unbelievably lucky as me and Rachel, then you don't have to worry about buying weed because the universe sent you 5 pounds of it in the mail for no reason. Now, if I were somebody on the channel, I might be skeptical of this story of mine. I might say, Eric got his inheritance and he went out and bought 5 pounds of weed and he did it on the black market, so he's just telling this story so he doesn't get into trouble. No, not true. Absolutely not true. Rachel and I went down to LA months after well, all INFJs struggle to sleep. But yeah, Rachel and I went to LA to give Delilah some mail, to visit her, and to pick up some packages that she had gotten from the realtor's office months after the house the sale was completed. And among those packages were packages that had been returned to our address. It had our return address, our old house's return address on it, but somebody else's name, even though nobody had lived in that house but the Strausses since 1974. It's inconceivable that somebody else, his name is on our return address thing, And as soon as I saw him, I was like, oh my God, I hope there's drugs in there. And sure enough, what was there in these packages? A total of 5 pounds of weed and 2 ounces of mushrooms. When at the time I was really into taking mushrooms, and Rachel and I have always been big weed smokers. Like, if that purportedly happened in a movie, you just wouldn't. You say, like, "Oh, come on!" And then they just happen to get mailed 5 pounds of weed. Okay, yeah, right. It just lacks verisimilitude, but it's true. That's what happened. So it's like, this is my this is my working weed plate, and I'm thinking, oh, I need to go get more weed from the fridge or freezer because there's only a few nugs left. There's only a couple of like these size nugs left, How ridiculous is that? So ridiculous. No, nobody sent it to me. Here's my explanation of what happened. There's some dark web drug transaction going on, where you've got a seller local to Arcadia who regularly sells weed via the dark web. And he did a shipment. Each of the 5 pounds, one package contained 2 pounds in it. But the other 3, like that package was to one address. The other 3 were each to a different address. And I don't remember how many total packages there were, but the point is, each of them was mailed to a different place. So this seller was doing a shipment, right? He was shipping out different strains of weed to people who had bought them, bought a pound or 2 pounds of it. And he went to the post office, but before he shipped them out, he did probably what he does every shipment. He found a house nearby him that was being sold and was vacant, so that if there were any problem and the packages got returned or whatever, he could just pick them up from the doorstep of that house, bada bing, bada boom, no problem. Except here was the problem. It's true we weren't living there, but we were staying in a hotel nearby. And so if they had arrived before the house actually closed, we would have picked them up anyway. But they didn't arrive till after the house closed. And we had specifically told the realtor, hey, I fucked up. I didn't change my address until like the day we're moving away. So, and then the post office told me it's going to take at least 2 weeks for it to uh, migrate in the system or whatever you want to call it. And so I said, can you please make sure the new owners or you get whatever mail we get coming there for the next couple of weeks, because our change of address thing isn't going to kick in for weeks. So even it had to arrive in that window. If it arrived after the change of address, it wouldn't have come to us because it wouldn't have had our name on it. If it had arrived before the change of address, we would have picked it up from our house ourselves. It had to arrive in that brief window before the change of address took effect, I'm guessing. But the point is, they were all returned to the house, and the realtor had given a heads up to pick up all of our packages and shit. So he grabbed them, picked them up. They sat in his office for months. And why had they been returned? Insufficient postage on each of them. Insufficient postage. How crazy is that, right? So that's what I think happened. Now, of course, once we opened it, well, it's not like there's anything we can do but keep it. I can't be engaged in the felony of mailing a pound of weed across country. Even though it might have been cool for me to send out the weed to the people who had bought it, you can't expect me to commit a felony just to get people their weed that the guy didn't put enough postage on. That guy took a huge loss on that, whoever it was. Of course, I have no way of knowing who it was because he's doing all these shady things to avoid getting busted, right? So there's no possible way I can be obligated to return it to the guy. I have no choice but to keep it all myself. I can't go turn it into the police station. Hey, somebody lost 5 pounds of weed. If anybody comes to claim it, can you let them know? That's crazy, man. It's nuts. There's no crime in possessing 5 pounds of weed that you didn't purchase. In California, I didn't purchase it. I didn't grow it. You're not allowed to buy over amount, etc. You may not even, there may be limits on how much you can grow for your head, but I neither grew nor purchased this. It just fell from the heavens. They could come after me for opening somebody else's mail, but I opened mail that had my own return address on it. Now, you could say, well, Eric, you should have checked more carefully to make sure your name was above that return address. But, oh, well, I mean, I got a gun. We lock up, I got a gun. So I'm not too worried about it. How would the person find out it's me anyway? Even though I'm making videos in which I talk about it, none of them are titled 5 lost pounds of weed or searchable in any way, right? For the content that would be relevant to that. And if a person has a problem between making a shipment and the delivery of that shipment on the other end, do you think that they're going to try to figure out what happened? I mean, they could say, well, maybe the people at 320 Armada Road have it. But then they'd go to the people at 320 Armada Road. They probably know well enough that it wouldn't have arrived before it closed. The house would have closed because they knew when they shipped it, and were probably checking the real estate sign in front of the house to see what happened, and in the pod to see when the pod left and stuff. So they know it arrived after we had moved. They're going to go to the people at 320 Armada Road. Well, they did know enough about me. They knew that there was a sign on it that said sale pending, and it was obvious that nobody was residing there, and there was a pod in front of the house that had all the information they needed to know. One of my enemies trying to get me busted by giving me 5 pounds of weed? I mean, even if they were going to use that strategy and wanted to go overboard, wouldn't they just give me 1 pound of weed in one package? Not have like 4 or 5 different packages, all of them marked insufficient postage with my return address, but not my name on it. How is that going to get me busted? I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything illegal, you know? Oh, well, I mean, nobody can get convicted in California for black market weed sales. The only thing they can get convicted for is like regulatory shit, you know? Like you're operating a business illegally. There's no drug bust for weed in California. You can get busted for not obeying the regulations and stuff, but it's like there's no way anybody could possibly make a case against me for selling weed, no matter how much weed I have, because I would tell my story and the truth of the matter. I have all this evidence of all these videos from way back when it happened I can cite as evidence of exactly what happened here. And I can show plenty of instances. I can put together a compilation of hours worth of me pulling bong reps to prove this is for my head. I have enough left that I could probably establish that I had smoked at least this much of the amount missing since I got it. Nobody's going to be able to convict me of shit because I'm telling the truth, and that way of trying to get me busted would be a lie. I'm not selling weed. No, you cannot buy any of my weed. I need it all for my head. I gave a bag of weed to one of the caterers as a thank you, like a quart bag or whatever full of weed. We gave like, I don't know, half pound or so to Cameron, because Cameron's a very important person who deserves a half a pound of weed. But like, who's gonna believe that I'm selling weed like out of my house or what? There's not any indication of traffic that would indicate I'm selling it. I'm not leaving often enough to sell it from my house. I'm not mailing any packages. So it'd be very difficult to make the case that I'm selling weed, since I definitely am not. Well, where do you get your money from then, Eric? Well, that's very easy to explain. My dead parents. I mean, you could interpret the gift to the caterer as a tip, but it was only after, because the caterer went out of it. This one guy who worked for the caterer went out of his way to be like, "Hey, I see you smoking a lot of weed. I think that's fantastic." And I said, "Oh, well, let me give you some weed." If somebody wants to interpret that as a payment, okay. Well, it's not. The prosecutor who's trying to make this case is really grasping at straws at that point. The fact that it's possible for an insane prosecutor to grasp at straws and potentially make a case against me is not a concern of mine, because I would shred them in any possible trial. I would just shred them into little pieces. No prosecutor would even attempt to actually go to trial with that case. They might attempt to get me to plead to something, but as motherfucking if. most importantly, I didn't do anything illegal. And I mean, the feds at some point could have, during that time, come after me for possession of mushrooms, but it was only, it started as 2 ounces and rapidly diminished from there. Now they could only go after me for used to have mushrooms, except for the fact that I do currently have mushrooms, but I know I'm kind of scared to take them now since my last experience with them, so they're just kind of sitting there. So, is it conceivable that the DEA could show up at my house and bust me for having an ounce and a half of mushrooms currently? It's conceivable. Are they going to do that? I don't think so. Is this enough to get a search warrant? Well, today probably. Like once this admission that I currently possess mushrooms ages a little while, then it wouldn't even be sufficient to get a search warrant, or even if they got a judge to agree to it, I would have that evidence rendered inadmissible because it not only proves I had mushrooms when I said that, not 2 weeks from then. I specifically reference a court decision that talks about empty drug containers in your trash can out front only prove that you used to have drugs and do not comprise probable cause to thinking you still do. Like when you really know, like, the law, how the law works, not necessarily the specifics of this law or that law, but when you know how the law works, you don't worry about silly stuff like that. And I'm not too worried about somebody coming back here and trying to steal my shit because Mariposa County ain't having that. Neighbors across the street have a sign that says trespassers will be shot. Other people have signs that say like suspicious people will be reported, stuff like that. So, you can have my gun when you pray for my cold dead fingers. True that, motherfuckers. True that. Because I am what's called an American. I enjoy rights that are uncommon elsewhere in the developed world, like the right to bear arms, the right to publicly critique the bad behavior of others without being assaulted with some sort of privacy lawsuit. America, fuck yeah. The thing is, the idea that there's an amount that only a seller would have is falsified by our experience. There are other ways in which a person might come to have 5 pounds of weed. Not that we have that much anymore, but we did at one point. And it may have nothing to do with selling or buying. It could just fall in your lap, as it did with me. No, back when we bought weed, you could buy up to an ounce at a time. So yeah, you can buy an ounce. Like it's an ounce per day per store. So if if you want to buy more than 1 ounce at a time, you have to go to two different stores in two trips. If I wanted to buy 5 ounces of weed in one day, I'd have to go to five different stores to get 5 ounces of weed. But we never bought weed like that anyway. Um, as it's sold, it's generally sold in either eighths or quarters. When you when they have ounces, it's usually crappy, right? You got the white market weed is priced quite high. Like at retail prices, you're talking about $50 an eighth for the weed that we got in the mail. There are 8 eighths in an ounce and 16 ounces in a pound. So 8 times 50 is 400. 16 times 400 is 4,000 plus 600, 6,400. $6,400 a pound retail price. We got 5 pounds of it. At retail price, that's like $30,000 worth of weed. Now, granted, we wouldn't be able to sell all that weed for anywhere close to $30,000. We'd be lucky to get 10. We'd probably be lucky to get 5. I don't know. Yeah, well, an ounce is 8 times 3.5 grams. So it's 24 plus 4. So that's 28 grams. Yeah, well, I mean, we've given away slash smoked and or wasted because early early on we tried to make uh, can of butter. We tried to make some edibles shit. That takes a lot of weed, wastes a lot of weed. So we probably have like 3 pounds left. We no longer waste it on trying to make edibles, and so well, Oregon's cheaper than California substantially. We noticed that when we went there. So in Oregon, the amount of weed we have wouldn't retail out at 30. It would retail out at like 15 or 20 or 10 maybe even. I don't know. Yeah, Oregon's a lot cheaper. Oregon also is where I got this wonderful grinder. The store guy recommended this particular one. He said, "No, this is a great grinder. It won't." Yeah, and he was right. I should send him a letter via snail mail thanking him for advising me to get this thing. I mean, you can get cheaper weed than 50 in the white market stores. You can get cheap weed, but it's shitty. It's like it's cheap for a reason. And uh and like all the best ones are right at about 50. Some of them aim higher than that even, but um you're just getting scammed if you're paying like 75 for like supposedly like the best taste ever. Weird, yeah. No. Well, the thing is this, ultimate disciple. Um, Making edibles is an art form that is edibles have a complex range of effects on you beyond the way that smoking weed has an effect on you, and a big set of possible ways that it expresses, much more so than weed smoking does. Sometimes edibles are horrible and it gets you high in a way that you don't like. Sometimes edibles are great and and you feel like, wow, that really helped me sleep wonderfully last night, and I didn't feel like, oh, and it's difficult to get your dosage right. Like, it's very easy to eat edibles and feel nothing if you don't eat enough edibles, or eat edibles and overeat it and be like, all like, oh, I feel like all headachy and yeah. And it depends on the specific edibles, right? So if you find a brand of edibles you like, then you find yourself keep getting that one. And then, of course, what happens? Oh, we don't have that one anymore. They stopped making it. I don't know. It happens every single time. Oh, I like this kind of specific gummy, the 521 meow nighttime meows. They will be out of it as soon as you know. As soon as you start getting into it and buying it, you realize other people are also getting into it and buying it because it's good. And then what's going to happen? They run out of it. And if they even ever come out with it again and put it out again, it's different this time. It's the same brand and everything, but it's not the same batch and it's not as good. Oh yeah, I'm caught up with Jujutsu Kaisen for sure. Uh, I'm interested in the upcoming newest episode. I think it's a little overrated personally. A lot of hype about it. I think it's 4.8 or 4.9, and it's not. I don't think it's quite that good. Getting old is when your favorite things get discontinued. Does he say that? I don't remember that line, but that's cool. No, I don't. I don't know which scene you're talking about. I know which guy you're talking about. I think, but maybe I was. It's like because I'm not super enamored with Jujutsu Kaisen, even though I watch every episode. It's plausible that I might like not pause it when I go to the bathroom, or or I might Rachel might be coming in. I might just mute it and let it run, chat with her briefly, and then turn back. So I could have missed that scene possibly. I mean, by and large, I don't do that, but I could imagine that happening, especially if I'm like Vyvanced up or whatever, uh, or like I got to go back and rewatch today at least one episode's worth of uh, what's it called? Star Blazers Space Battleship Yamato 22, whatever the year is, it says on it. That's the sequel to Space Battleship Yamato Season 1, which is the most recent thing I found that I was able to binge on Crunchyroll, and it's getting hard to find anything that I keep trying various things and they're not good enough, and I just stop it or whatever. That one successfully got me, and I'm watching season 2 of it. But I fell asleep while watching it last night, and I'm gonna have to go either rewatch definitely episode 4, and probably this is season 4 of it actually. Season 4? What happened to season 2? I was watching season 2, I thought. How did I get on season 4? Okay, so when I fell asleep last night, I don't know what happened. I need to go back and rewatch that and figure out what's going on with Star Blazer Space Battleship Yamato. That's not the one I started watching. I started watching one with a year in the name. The Duke of Death and His Maid Season 2, Episode 18 is out. That one didn't enamor me yet enough to get caught up into it, but I might. Also, Classroom for Heroes is so weak compared to like Hero Academia. It just, watching it, I just go like, oh, why did you have to suck? That's what I think about it. Your title was so promising, but your reality, so disappointing. You've seen FMA Brotherhood? No, I've not actually gotten into Full Metal Alchemist at all. I've not explored that particular thing, and the reason, well, I mean, My Hero Academia may have fallen off a little bit in the late seasons here, but well, here's the problem with Full Metal Alchemist and also Bleach. Well, Bleach, I've attempted it in Japanese, and it's still not any good. I don't know why people get into Bleach, but I've attempted Bleach on a couple of occasions, having been recommended it by multiple people, and it's not good. I don't know why people like it so much. Full Metal Alchemist, I have this unfair bias against it because I first encountered it and tried to watch it when it was dubbed on Cartoon Network, or I think it was Cartoon Network, on like Adult Swim or something. And the dubs are, of course, unwatchable because it's not acceptable to have American voice actors urinating all over these works of art with their horrible voices and not Japanese sounding nonsense. Dubs are a crime. Dubs are an art crime. Okay? Well, anime it looks a certain way, it's structured storylines in certain ways, and it sounds a certain way, obviously. The other thing that can ruin a perfectly good anime is a bad score. If you got music that doesn't match what's going on properly, which sometimes happens, or you got music that's really heavy-handed with it, like every time there's supposed to be a comedic scene, it plays this song's like whoop to show you that it's being funny. That's kind of super annoying. Is it kind of annoying or super annoying, Eric? It's kind of super annoying.
I love you, Eric.
I love you too, Rachel.
You're a special man.
Thanks. You're a special lady.
Thanks.
Hey, Rachel, could you for 1 second bring me that bowl of food? I want to demonstrate something with it. I'm not going to eat it right
I don't care.
now. I eat one chip to demonstrate,
Sure.
but if I were in an anime, and if I were in another world, isekai of some kind, The other cult, and then no, I'm one of the NPCs basically in another world where the Japanese guy has made dinner with his magical isekai powers. He's managed to make Japanese food in this isekai world, and I'm one of the people who's trying this for the first time. This is how it goes. First I go, "Atakimasu," and then I was looking and they show you hear it inside of his head like, "This is strange looking. I don't know about this." Oh, that scene happened in like every anime.
It does.
Thank you for letting me borrow your bowl.
Of course.
Right? That scene happened like in every isekai. I gotta go smoke a cigarette. But guess how better I am now than I was earlier? I'm remembering my glasses. That's one wonder point for me. I'm gonna also bring this with me. Here we are, face to face. Just a couple of silver spoons. We're two of a kind. We're scraping some rinds. Together, we're going to make our dreams come true. You and I. That's true for me and Rachel. Together, we're going to make our dreams come true. That's what we said back in the day. And look at us now. We've made our dreams come true. Thanks to all of our hard work, dedication, and careful investing. Oh, wait. I'm pretty sure that's how all this happened. I'm guessing that must be how all this happened. Oh, slabs, thank you for your generosity. Because I respect the slabs, so they're kind to me. It's because I'm God-fearing. And I have lots of experience with certain kinds of pride coming before the fall, like immediately leading to the fall instantly, just like you got full of yourself for a second and now you failed. Just that fast. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time was slow. Nobody had to show. Took the slide below and let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue and tears gnashing through. Oh, holy slabs come to view. Eternally new. Rome, the slope appears in charge today. In charge today in large ways. Other ways, the ways. When the drum below, meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. I have to figure out where that goes there. I forget that part. I listened to that song the other day again. I like that song a lot. To turn around enemy ground. I really like that song, actually. I like it a lot. I gotta figure out how to play it again. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time was slow. Nobody at the show. Place the slides below and let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue and tears gnashing through. A holy slabs come into view. Unchangingly true. Eternally new. But when the slope appears in charge today, options at large show. Other ways, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope bends apart. Too far along to turn around. Enemy ground. That's a great song. I really like that song. You know, sometimes I think I underestimate my own stuff a little bit. Some of it's really good. Like that part of that song there, that bridge or chorus or whatever you want to call it, is just objectively fantastic. That's freaking fantastic. Most of my songs are craptacular, like this one here that you hear, Madam or Sir. You'll probably hear it and say, what that guy has ain't worth talking about. It's as bad as jazz. But in fact, this failure here does not extend beyond its atmosphere. It is localized failure for me. In fact, even I can make an inspired melody. Which is fortunate. Makes me happy. You know, there's plenty of parts of things that I have that I'm very happy with. It's hard not to be happy with. It's Gregory. In disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory. In disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory. In disguise, he hates the lies. Wants to confront the men. Always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them. So now he's Gregory, in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory, in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize he's Gregory in disguise. It's pretty hooky hook in that song. But my favorite part of it is probably he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they always run and hide. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them. That part is probably the best part of the song. The verse, the Gregory in disguise part, it tires after a couple runarounds, but it works very well going into that second part. Then the bridge is kind of meh, not as good as the other parts. You know, my best songwriting efforts are like Satchel Helpful Goods and Cloudy Day in Los Angeles. Matter of Mood's pretty good. But my pile of failure is so huge. But don't you think it's 'cause what qualifies as failure? Your standard is so high. Perhaps you lie to say that failure occurs. Why? Because you're not as good as the greatest things of all time. Is that really failure? Or are you perhaps setting the bar too high? It's a good question. I could be setting the bar too high for myself. It has to be as good as the greatest things of all time. Otherwise, it's abject failure. And not only that, but I should hate myself because of my failure. I don't really think that. Fortunately, art works the opposite way that everything else works. It's like you can't really lose points because failure is the default. Everybody fails. So even when you fail, it doesn't really make you minus points. You just put that on the scrap heap of failed attempts. But if you succeed and you catch lightning in a bottle and make a perfect track that just hits on all levels, then you get permanent points. They can't ever be taken away from you. So that's one of the great things about trying to make something worthwhile is failure doesn't count against you really. Although, I mean, if you don't fail hardly at all, like Johnny, that helps. But almost nobody can really do that. I can't do that. It's not my way of working, you know. I'm too trial and error to operate like that. And I couldn't conceivably make anything good enough early in my life. I had to fail for many, many years to even conceivably hope to catch lightning in a bottle, you know? Because I'm not an NI-dom, I'm an NE-dom. You could call it NE-dumb. Takes me the longest way around to do everything. Let me try all the wrong ways first. Oh yeah, I like to try all the wrong ways. That's how I learn what the right way is. May not be efficient, but it's my strategy. I like to play this song. I don't know if that makes a good songwriter or not. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get the margarine tater tots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald always thought there'd be chance enough to return to the work a little rough. He'd get back to it eventually, but his visions piled up and his plans would interrupt all the work that started off so hopefully. But now his mind is back on his business, thinking of changing factless to listless. Oh, how all the people will shout his name. And Gerald understands everything clearly now. He won't provide explanation regarding the why or the how. He'll see you and know you from inside your heart. Exciting, delighting, Gerald plays his part. But Gerald still knew there's too much to do, and he had dropped time in the underview. Too much to rebut, the where, now, and what. So much time spent in picking the skew with you. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a plot to get the margarine's tasty spots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. And Gerald has a thought. That was a pretty good take of that one, actually. I messed up the words a couple times, but words, schmerds. Who needs words? What are words good for anyway? Just confusing everybody. What really matters is what's here in your heart, in your bosom, underneath your breasts. My inner woman now is named Trish, like Rachel's dad's girlfriend, who's also named Trisha, but that's just a coincidence. I discovered this yesterday when I was wearing this shirt. I was rather enamored by my A cups. You can't really see them in this light, but I've got some lovely A cups right here. Hi, I'm Trisha. Hi. What are you doing here? Are you having a good time with your friends? What are you doing? Hi. Oh, you're so funny. That's how Trish behaves. That's my inner woman. She's proud of her A cups. And every woman should be. because there are no bad breasts. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles, and today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles, cloudy day in LA. And I'm no sort of evangelist, but I've got something to say. Life can strangely be forgiving to those who stay awake all night. And mostly voices say to give in. They'll try to sap your will to fight. But whether I'm supposed to be here or just be soon forgotten, noise is sort of based on what I see here and also on what I avoid. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles, and today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles, cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I've got something to say, something to say. That's good songwriting right there. That's really good songwriting. You know? I gotta acknowledge that to myself. It's very good songwriting. You did a good job there. Much better than most people can do. So it's not like your long and winding road away from absolute shittiness and towards being good has been entirely fruitless. It has produced some fruits. And fruits are kinds of food. They're like gifts from trees. Here, have this. I just grow these things just so you can just have it. Go ahead, grab one. That's what trees do. Fruit trees, they just say, I just spend my time making gifts for people to eat. Every life lived reaches a time when the road splits in two. Times, dark times, times of despair, times when it's hard to feel good. That's when I look for my sack full of solvency and that satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. satchel of helpful goods, satchel of helpful goods. Every life lived reaches a time when the road comes to an end. When I'm there, will there be anybody else around? Or will I travel all alone? That's when I look for my sacrifice I see, and that satchel, nothing but on. Yeah, that satchel filled with bones. Satchel of helpful goods, 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 satchel of helpful goods. For you. It's for you. Hi, I got you this. It's a satchel of helpful goods. I'm Trish. Hi. You like my A cups? I'm not wearing a bra. Trish is so flirty. I tell her, look, Trish, you're bringing unwanted attention on me. She just can't help it, I guess. Back a long time ago in the old west, there was a time when who was the best depended on who could draw their gun westwardly quickly. Sounds like a western song. I'm Pete Townsend. Until he impaled his hand on his whammy bar doing that one time. True story. That was the day was the day he turned into scary. Incidentally impaled his hand on his whammy bar. Said, oh man, gosh darn I must stop. But I still impale my hand on my whammy bar. Oh no, how could I have gone so far just to make a windmill in motion with my arm? A song about Pete Townsend impaling his hand on his whammy bar. I got a great idea for you, fellow band members of Who. I think we should make a musical about Helen Keller being good at pinball, but she's a boy. That's a great idea, Pete. We should totally do that. We should make a musical about Helen Keller being good at pinball, but she's a boy. What a great idea. We'll call it Tommy. It's the story of Tommy Keller. He's Helen Keller's brother. He's also blind, deaf, and dumb. Except, get this, even though he's blind, deaf, and dumb, he's really good at pinball. You know, Pete Townsend, I think you were on something there. This is a genius idea that we, the Who, simply must concretize. Absolutely must concretize this genius notion of yours. I mean, I know that we can only put a shit ton of work into one project here, but this is the project for sure. Helen Keller, who's good at pinball, but she's a boy named Tommy. My mind is blown. And if I don't sign on to this great idea as quickly as possible, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Said apparently the other members of the Who. The Who, you should be called the Pooh, okay? That's how pooey you really are. Very pooey. None of us appreciate it, okay? We all think you're terrible, and the people that you fooled into thinking you're good, well, it's just part of what makes you so terrible. Dave Matthews met Queen and got rid of Freddie Mercury. If Dave Matthews got together with Queen and they collectively killed off Freddie Mercury, you would have the Who. I think that my math is correct there. Dave Matthews plus Queen minus Freddie Mercury equals the Who. Of course, Queen is actually good because Freddie Mercury actually had brilliant ideas. Sure, a little theatrical, but you know, a little bit gay, but still, as their band's called Queen, what do you expect, right? Like, I want to ride my bicycle, I'd like to ride my bike. I want to ride my bicycle, I want to ride it where I like. That's fantastic. Who wouldn't like that? We Will Rock You is so ahead of its time, it's unbelievable. You got blood on your leg, in disgrace, all over the place. I said, we will. I mean, it's so played out, right? That it's hard to recognize how genius it is, but because it got so recognized for its genius right away. We are the champions. How much more anthemic? What an amazing bit of archetype work, you know? Like, it just, we did our meow, 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 meow. You know, it's so soaring and epic. We are the champions, my friend. Bon, bon. We'll keep on running to the end. I mean, who wouldn't play that after they win a championship? Everybody's gonna play that song forever. It's like Cool and the Gang's Celebrate. And there's a party going on right here. To celebrate, and we're gonna end there. We'll have those good times and the laughter too. We're gonna celebrate our party with you. Come on now. Celebration. I got that part wrong, but we're gonna have one. I feel like I sang that song for a long time. It's interesting to note when things like become sports anthems, like Seven Nation. That White Stripes song, Seven Nation Army or something like that. How's it go? You guys can't hum it to me, can you? Yeah, think about all the hits Queen had. They had We Will Rock You, We're the Champions. They had Bohemian Rhapsody. They had Bicycle Race and Fat Bottom Girls. And I'm sure there are others that I'm not even thinking of right now that are also worth mentioning. Freddie Mercury was a great songwriter. He died of AIDS. No, nothing's gay about riding your bicycle. Freddie Mercury's gayness was not expressed in his bicycle song. He's a pinball wizard, there's got to be a twist. Pinball wizard's got such a supple wrist. The only thing that gets credit for is it gets credit for using the word supple. You know, I'm a little biased against it, having given it a fair amount of chance. Wait, you got a video going up or what? This is not the greatest song in the world. This is just a tribute. I don't know what you're talking about. You're editing my spacey typing and fixing up the sound, but thinking of uploading it. Yeah, you totally upload it. Sure, people would like to watch that a lot. I probably won't watch it. It just makes me mad because I'm sure you disagree with my typing review probably. Kickapoo is a vibe. Long time no new track. That's true. I've been playing around with little songwriting ideas lately, with lyrics that I wrote before I wrote any song for it, which is not my normal way of doing things. But nothing's come together yet. Things take a while. Hey, Gen Xeal's here? I heard you got in trouble, Gen Xeal, with the copyright police. Oh yeah, they're not really very good. I refuse to participate in that fight, Fly Guy. Okay, well, does he also diagnose broken bones with a different system than X-rays? He just groks it, you know. Oh, I see. Looks like your tibia is broken. I actually came here about a cough I have. Got a broken tibia. We're gonna need to put you in a cast. You sound like a broken weapon? No, that had nothing to do with not wanting to watch it. I don't, I, I am opposed to the idea that it is fine for some doctors to diagnose you with broken bones using their magic glasses. Okay, well, that's probably why you're not hiring somebody to tell you what type you are. If you were to hire somebody to tell you what type you are, you would expect them to know what they're doing and to do a good job. If you decided, on this one, I don't want to be my own doctor. I actually want to consult a professional about this because I can usually tell if you don't see their messages that I'm reading aloud. I'm reading your messages aloud. No copyright trouble in a few years? Question mark? Oh, I thought somebody was saying that a band you used, got you in trouble or something. Oh, well, maybe they were just speculating that that's why you weren't around. You know, you've blocked yourself. Wow. That will inhibit your ability to see your own messages. I'm not blaming you at all, Ruben. I'm not critiquing your behavior whatsoever. I'm saying this is why I don't want to watch it. I think your behavior is fine. In fact, it's probably desirable because it allows people to contrast between other people's typings and mine and see how much better a job I do. Or not. You know, if I don't do as better job, then you get to see that too. So I'm all in favor of you publishing it. I just am able to distinguish between my subjective and objective interests. So, like I say, subjectively, I don't feel like watching that because I know it's going to provoke this kind of emotion or that kind of emotion. And I'm not really into feeling a lot of emotions all the time. I'm into doing the best job I can. Let the chips fall where they may. You know, it would be great if everybody had all the typologists do them and publish them all, and let people rise or fall on their merits as typologists. And what comprises that merits as typologists? Well, it's going to be different depending on who you ask, right? As to what's important to them. But I'd like to think that what I offer, namely consistency in how I test, consistency in what results mean, the capacity for you to cross-check it yourself and with using my definitions, etc. The amount of experience I have, the amount of people I've typed, and my generally intellectually rigorous approach to the subject would give me a leg up on the competition among a majority of people. You know, there's enough reasons to prefer me across that validate across enough different function stacks that if people were to do comparisons in that fashion, I think I'd fare well. But I'm not trying to make that happen or anything. Not that I you could even conceive of a way in which I could make that happen. Well, that's good, Genexial. It's always good to do work you like doing. Makes you feel satisfied. Rolling up a joint, you know, your connect came through, huh? Well, now you make me want to go inside and pull bog rocks. Or should I roll a joint too, maybe? You can't be addicted to weed, though. It's ridiculous to say you got a weed addiction. Yes, you might experience downsides if you quit smoking weed, but I also experience downsides if I quit breathing clean air and breathe smog all the time. That doesn't mean that that I shouldn't breathe clean air. That I shouldn't breathe, you know? I don't know how that analogy works. Okay, that analogy fell apart. I don't know where I was going with that. Just I gotta concede that right off the bat. What I'm trying to say is, like, if I quit breathing clean air, I would experience harms. That doesn't mean I should never have been breathing clean air in the first place. What kind of work is it? You masturbate into a couple a day? That is a pretty good job, I guess. As long as you've got enough penis calluses. Yeah, it sounds like hard work, but I've got some pretty robust penis calluses, so it should be fine. In contrast, my hands are nice and supple. I mean, how can you be addicted to comfort? Comfort is something you have while you're doing other things. In other words, if I'm comfortable, whatever it is I'm doing, I can persist at it longer. If I'm uncomfortable, whatever it is I'm doing, I can persist at it less long. Aquascaping? Is that what they call cutting off your pubes underwater? Right. The thing is, for people who want to prioritize, tell me about yourself kind of testing instead of actually assessing any kind of skills directly, what they're telling you is, I don't want you to be able to check my work. the what I'm expecting you to rely upon, what I'm relying upon is for you to have a mechanism that says this. He's the expert. I'll just answer his questions and he'll tell me what type I am. I don't need, want to, nor am I expected to understand the process. It's probably very complicated. He probably couldn't explain it, whatever, and that's to be expected. If you want to approach a typing like that, then anybody will function fine as your typologist, provided they have an affect that reassures you of their expertise. You want a fancy-ish aquarium with a shipwreck theme? I mean, aquariums are good, soothing things if you need soothing. They require maintenance, of course, which uh, intuitives don't like maintenance very much. Right. You want to be able to check it against something external. This is objective data. In other words, like, tell me how your system works so I can test myself with it or test other people with it and know that these answers mean this or are indicative of this or how strongly indicative they are, etc. Um, of course, people might provide explanations regarding this answer correlates with dysfunction conscious, but if their only justification for that um, is an answer to a question like, "How do you feel about meow?" and you go, "Well, I think that's good," then you can only it's only you can only use it to either be consistent or inconsistent with a total pile of answers that are treated that way. There's nothing determinate about it. It doesn't weigh very heavily in the total equation of what type you are. So if you only have a bunch of those little reasons, it's very susceptible to cherry picking because there's not an explicit framing of what's going on there. Like when I'm asking correlation questions, I'll indicate that to the person if they want an explanation that, like, this answer is consistent with this type or this slot being meow, but it's not determinate about the question. If I have a whole shit ton of things that are both indeterminate and consistent, and no, zero or few things that are indeterminate and inconsistent, then I can put a reasonable amount of weight behind the big pile of consistencies that are indeterminate, but it's still not as reliable as a single thing that's necessary and sufficient, right? Like, you definitely tested polar meow is as close as we can get, and it's hard to even be super definite about that, right? It's like there's some some weak expressions depending on the function. Like um, fourth slot NE might be sometimes hard to distinguish between seventh. You might if like I think for me NE is probably the easiest one to identify polar. I can tell the difference between four and seven because seven is an NI user and four is an SI user. So combining those two kinds of information, I can determine any polar probably best because I see very weak NE that's weaker than it ever expresses in 6, 8, or 5, or 3, obviously, or 2 or 1, which means it's 4 or 7. And I can very definitively determine if somebody is an SI Dom versus an SI third. I mean, versus SI 6. Versus NI third, SI Dom versus NI third. I can tell the distinction between those two easily enough because there's not a fluency in both SI and NI in the ISFP as there would be if it were in the 4-5. Well, I mean, that's a big task, Fly Guy, because um, I do have a lot of different approaches to typing somebody uh, that are in the cycle of repeated questions that have clear indications and stuff. But ultimately, my approach to typing people is to first ask them some questions and then have some kind of intuitive notion about what they might be, and and then I try to confirm or eliminate that possibility as best I can. If I get it, if I get, my initial intuition is wrong, and I eliminate that, no, you're definitely not that because you're not meow polar. Then I have to reset for a second and go, okay, well, let me start over as if from scratch because now I have no idea what this person is. Let me try to nail down meow, and then I'll ask questions about meow. Like that's my process of working. It's hard to flow chart something like that, you know. Can you give me your outlook on the difference between 7 and 8? Um, Both of them, from a third party's perspective, are going to appear potentially polar, which is to say blind. Because while 8 is in actuality much more active in a person's existence than 7 in in effective ways, um, it's the most unconscious slot. So people are least able to remember themselves attending via their 8th slot function. That's my operationalized definition of unconscious and conscious, right? Is if something's unconscious, you are unable to recall paying attention, instances in which you paid attention in that fashion, and or it's hard to notice instances of you paying attention in that fashion for yourself, even if you're metacogniting about it, right? So 8th slot is more unconscious than 7th slot according to that definition. But 8th slot's also an instrumental value, and it's always in service of your dominant function. So my SE is actually pretty good because my dominant function is an action function. I have lots of things I want to say. So in that regard, my SE is as good as it needs to be. And that is, you could say that as a consequence, I'm live streaming now because that requires the least amount of SE for me to ideate out freely as I feel like. If I upload a video, it requires more SE because I have to record it in a different app or on the phone, then upload it, and there's this extra step. It takes longer for my desired concretization, which is words published spoken by Eric, to actually occur because I have to wait for it to upload because currently we've got great internet for where we are, but shitty internet compared to the fiber that I had in Arcadia. So, but we're gonna get fiber as soon as we call the phone company. You know, they came and connected it to our house, but there's another step where they have to come inside and connect it to the inside part, hook it up inside or whatever, and they're not ready to do that yet. They say, well, we'll call you as soon as we're ready. It's soon, but it's not right now yet. So we just have to wait on that. I don't know why I ended up talking about my internet. Oh, right, because of SE NE. So the thing is, because my SE is always in service of my NE, I really don't like it if people push on my SE. In other words, you need to do this, don't do that. Don't do that is not going to run well with me if I'm about to do something. If you talk about it in the abstract, like one shouldn't do meow, and therefore I shouldn't do meow, that's fine. Great topic. I wish I could be more present. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what you got distracting you right now, but I understand that sometimes you got other things taking part of your attention. So anyway, people really don't like it when you pressure them about their 8th slot function. Like Rachel does not like it if I say, you should go to bed or something like that, or why don't you do this to take care of yourself? She'd get really mad if I did that shit. Like, this is interfering more with her SE perhaps than her SI. But one time I was like, yo, maybe you should take it easy on those whippets. And she looked at me, and her voice low from nitrous said, eat, sleep, rave, repeat. I was like, okay. Guess you don't want me to tell you what to do. Which I totally get, right? It's one of the reasons why Rachel and I are so compatible is typologically, neither of us wants to have S toes stepped on, and both of us respect don't want to step on other people's S toes accordingly. So Rachel doesn't want to step on my SE or SI. I don't want to step on her SE or SI, and that's just great for both of us. You know, but seventh slot, in contrast, they call it polar, place of least resistance, because unlike eighth slot, if somebody pushes out your eighth slot, you push back and you get upset about it. If somebody pushes at your seventh slot, you're just a victim to them. Like when I was with Kimberly for a while, she just spent like the better part of 2 years, 2.5 years, or however long we were together, purposely hurting my feelings by saying things that she could say that had truth to them that were negative about me. And for that entire duration of that time, I never really got what was going on, right? I'd say I just continue evaluating what she was presenting me according from a disinterested calculus. Well, this negative thing she's saying about me is somewhat true. I have to acknowledge that. Never getting the fact it doesn't matter to her at all, and it shouldn't matter to you at all, whether her shitting on you, the substance of what she's saying has truth to it or not, because she's not motivated by that at all. She's just trying to hurt your feelings. And if you afford her attacks the legitimacy that words ought to normally be afforded, namely that you listen to what they mean and deal with what they say in a disinterested fashion, then you're just saying, keep attacking me, and here's how you can keep attacking me and make sure that you in fact both hurt my feelings and harm my self-concept. That's place of least resistance, right? It took me years to get out of that relationship, and even when I did get out of it, it wasn't because of a good reason, like she hurts your feelings on purpose. It was because I recognized that if I keep staying in this relationship, at some point I'm going to do something I'm going to regret. Like I'm going to hit her, or I'm going to slash her tires or something like that. Because early on in the relationship, I said, I have never met anybody who has the capacity to make me as angry as you have the ability to make me angry. She made me so very unbelievably angry. She knew how to push all of my buttons perfectly. Well, let me just say thank you for everybody for being here. There's 22 people here. That's amazing. That's a huge turnout. I really appreciate your attendance to this live stream. It does seem to me like numbers have been getting a little bit better lately. It may just be because I'm more likable because I'm not in such a horrible situation. And I am pretty happy these days, you know. It's hard not to be happy when your biggest problems are like, oh shit, it's Sunday, I have to take the trash out today. Don't want to forget that. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to be smart here. You can watch me walk over there. I'm going to go get a Post-it note and make a note to put on the door that says, don't forget to take the trash out. Today is Sunday. Trash, clothes, go home. So when I was in middle school, of course, this is a good example of SI stuff. I've used it before, but I'll mention it again. How SI can define your life in ridiculous ways. When I was in 7th, 8th, and 9th grade, which was middle school for me, in the boys' locker room in PE, there was a sign they put up every Friday that said, "Today is Friday, PE clothes go home." And beginning sometime late in middle school or perhaps early high school, I don't know, I began having the following SI reflex. Every time somebody says, "Today is Friday," I either say out loud or think, "PE clothes go home." That continues to this very day, some 40 years later. When somebody says to me, "Today is Friday," if I say to myself, "Today is Friday," even if I say, "Today is Sunday," I say, "Today is Friday, PE clothes go home." Do I still need that information? How long has it been since I needed that information? I have no need to retain that information. But I am stuck with it as it is SI imprinted in my brain that the words that come after "today is Friday" are "PE clothes go home." Well, SI people, they repeat their sayings. If it's SI above NE, quite a bit. Maybe if it's SI below NE, they try to mix it up more. But if you see enough talking with famous people, you'll see plenty of repetition from Eric. There are certain sayings that I'll say again and again, such as, "Brr, it's cold," or, oh sorry, such as, "It's Goldilocks and the Three Burrs." That's an expression Corey made up that I immediately fell in love with. And of course, to a certain extent, everybody's subject to these kind of SI triggers. For example, if you were friends with my daughter and you called her and you said, "Hey there, Delilah," you'd probably immediately then go, "What's it like in New York City?" So, Delilah is an interesting case study in how SI, NI, like DMZ, the SI, NI, DMZ, the demilitarized zone of SI and NI. Delilah's got a song that features her name that's much more famous than any other song that features her name. But it's only going to trigger when people say the first 3 words of the song. If you're NI, right, over SI, it's only going to trigger when someone says, "Hey there, Delilah." If you're SI over NI and you hear the name Delilah, it may trigger the song for you if you have a lot of experience listening to that song. It'd be like, "My name's Delilah." "Oh, like, hey there, Delilah, what's it like?" "I know that song, I like that song, and that's the song, and your name's in that song." That might be an SI thing to happen. But for everybody has enough SI that if they know that song and they say, "Hey there, Delilah," as a natural greeting, it's going to trigger in them and probably her. What's it like in New York City? Although, I know this in part because um, it didn't really. I mean, I knew that song and everything, but it didn't really trigger for me as a natural connection until one day not that long ago when I called her and she picked up. I said, "Hey there, Delilah," and then I immediately just followed it up with, "What's it like in New York City?" And that's the first time I'd ever done that to her. She says people do that to her all the time. But I'm N above S, so it had I I had to actually begin a natural conversation with, "Hey there, Delilah," before I did that. In other words, my current engagement with her at any given moment wasn't predicated on my previous experience of that song. It had my previous experience of that song. It didn't inform my current engagement with her unless there was a specific trigger. Because my fundamental frame of reference isn't one where I'm 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 not framed properly for SI. I'm framed universal looking, forward looking, outward looking, but the tool I have for knowing is the other kind of knowing tool. Where's my glasses? Didn't I have them a second ago? Didn't I bring them with? I said I'm bringing my glasses, right? I said that, didn't I? I had them right here. Where have they gone? They've gone to hell in a handbasket. You know what I mean? Going to hell in a handbasket sounds better than, say, going to hell on the back of a bucking bronco. Is that like the "you're not so bad" way to get to hell? Okay, well, you can ride in the handbasket, I guess. You might call me a rambling man, 'cause I do a lot of thumbing and a kicking cans, but it won't do an ant's good to call me names. My daddy was a weather woodrow. I was born and raised in no ghetto, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm gonna find me a wealthy woman in a line of work that don't take no plumber, 'cause I ain't got much to lose and lots to gain. You might call me a good time fella, but I ain't no black and I ain't no yellow, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they giving. I'm proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you got to hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Small town boy, been around a little, and I like guitar and I like the fiddle, 'cause that's the kind of folks that stand my flame. Blue-eyed Billy, feared and ready, I got to work just to be somebody. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they giving. I'm proud and white and got a song to sing. Yeah, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you got to home and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Yeah, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you got to hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you got to hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. That song would be racist, except I'm not a white boy. I'm fluidly transracial, which means I'm allowed to do everything. I just can't sing that song on days when I'm white, which does happen occasionally. Those are some of my worst days because I feel this overwhelming need to eat mayonnaise. Now, SI is not subconscious for me at all. It's ridiculous. It's, if anything, ultra conscious, which is to say, even if I have a lower threshold of awareness of discomfort than, say, an SI Dom, I have a much lower tolerance for it as well. Oh, me too. Ultimate disciple about the practice things a lot or lose them. I mean, a lot of my songs that I'd like to play, I have to look at the chords and words or else I won't be able to play them. And some songs that I totally knew how to play and in fact recorded a studio version of like 100,000 years ago, 100,000 million years ago. I cannot remember how to play certain parts of them right now. So that's the case with not spending a lot of time paying attention with your subjective knowing function. It is not paying attention in an unconscious fashion. And the idea of subconscious being distinct from unconscious, what is the distinction you're making exactly? It's closer to conscious, but I mean, like when I define unconscious as capacity to, conscious and unconscious is capacity to remember something. So you're saying subconscious is in the middle range, we call it subconscious. If it's just an arbitrary taxonomical distinction, that's fine. Then that's totally fine. If you're just okay with using my definition of conscious and unconscious and want to declare things in the middle, subconscious, that's fine. Then sure, you'd say 4, 6, 5 are subconscious, maybe even 3, 1, 2 are conscious, 7, 8 are unconscious. If you wanted to do it like that, that'd be fine. I would have no objection. But it's not really making, I mean, it's making a meaningful distinction, but it's just it's a distinction within a node, so that's why it's fine, and also why it's not that interesting to me, I guess. As long as you aren't creating a different distinction along a separate mechanics, fine. Well, that would be NI, okay? Side cheek. The reason Jung believed in the collective unconscious is because he was an NI Dom who was so implicitly an objective knower that he believed the commonalities between human beings must represent a shared pool of objective data for people to reference. That's how much he projected his function bias onto the world. Is he manufactured this notion of a shared pool of archetypes that we all have access to as external data somehow, to explain commonalities in archetypes among various populations, which is just nutty, and I run amok. But the answer to your question as to which function links to the collective unconscious, or a better question would be, why did Jung come up with the collective unconscious? The answer is because he's an anidon. Okay, I'm gonna split now. I want to watch that new episode of Jobless Reincarnation Season 2. And I don't want to have another fucking 7.5 hour long stream, in which I feel like, okay, that was just, why am I doing that? So I'm going to stop now, eat some lunch, maybe I'll stream again later. Thanks for being here. Love you guys, and talk to you later.